Hey folks. All right. So right now I am going to be working on integration test for an app. It's the bookshelf app I've been working on for a while. I'm going to be giving this as the material for my build React applications, and I'm pretty much done with it. I just want to solidify some things with the testing situation, even though I'm not actually teaching about testing. I just want to have it like, here's an app that, like, this is how I build apps. Something that's open source that people can look at and play with and reference. And so yeah, I'm kind of putting some things together to make it really easy to do integration tests, so you don't have to mock out all the endpoints and stuff. It's kind of interesting. It's something that I've been suggesting that people do for quite some time, and now I'm finally making an open source version of what I'm talking about. And maybe a library could be built around this or something to simplify things a little bit. Yeah. Question from somebody: will you mock nested, not connected components? I'm not mocking any components, pretty much. What does instantiate mean in context of functions? Okay, I'm focused on something specific. I'm not going to answer a bunch of like off questions. Sorry if that's what you're here for. That's not what you're going to get from me today. Okay, sweet. So let's get into it. I've got my tests here. And I'm going to actually just focus on book.js because that's the one that I'm working on right now. And it's this page. The book page is what I'm testing right here. So, the way that I've got things set up is the app has a service worker that's installed that handles all of the requests. And this is actually something I legitimately recommend that people do, is make a development time server. Now, I've never done it with a service worker before. Normally it was just a mock server, but I'm doing it with the service worker here because then nobody has to start up an extra server. It's all just happening in the service worker. It's really awesome, actually. Really liking this approach. And it also means that I can take the same server handlers. I'm using MSW. It's a pretty cool package. So these are some some handlers for the fetch requests using the MSW package for making all this work. And for the front end, we're going to be using this compose mocks and start the service worker. We have my service worker in public, and that's just something that was generated by MSW. And then for the tests, I have this fetch mock. And this basically does lots of the same things that MSW does, and it uses those same handlers. So I have the same basically mock server for my development time as well as my test time, and that's kind of the goal here. It's all using some mock data that I have from my front end. In the front end, the database is saving and persisting into local storage, and so that works really great for development time, and then that'll work fine for test time as well. And let me just check on something here really quick. I just got a message from someone that I need to respond to. Okay. Okay. Just getting myself back into this. So, I have like things I'm thinking about while I'm thinking about other things, and I'm just all over the place now. Okay, cool. So, what I'm dealing with right now is the loading screen just never goes away. And so I got to figure out why that is happening the way it is, because it definitely should stop loading after some time. So we've got our book ID, we've got our book screen, we're rendering that. And so let's go to Here, actually, I'm just going to get rid of everything I don't need open right at this very moment. And yeah, here we go with the book. Actually, let's make sure that the book does get loaded. I think that's what's happening, is the book is not getting loaded. So let's see what that does. Okay, so status of loading, and then we render that out, loading, and it just is loading forever. I don't know why it is continuously loading, but it looks like this is behaving as it should. So let's go to our server and see if we're actually hitting the fetch mock thing. Fetch mock, and I'm going to come in here and remove that screen debug because there's nothing mysterious about what's going on there. So, okay, so we are hitting the fetch mock, and no handler. Save that. Okay, we should not get a log here. Okay, good. So that's good. Then we should get here with the URL. Okay, that's good. That's actually useful information here. So we are, yeah, books of undefined. We're hitting that URL. So we got to figure out why that's happening. Book ID coming from use params. That is the problem. We need to set up our params so that loads the right book ID, because the book screen no longer gets that from the props. That's right. This is an old thing. So we need to set our parameters. So let's see. The best way to do this is like we're already loading. Where's my app test utils? Yeah, we're wrapping everything in the app providers from context. That's coming right here. Here's the router. And so I need to initialize things to the correct route. Let's see. I'm just getting another message I need to deal with, but I'm feeling confident that this is going to work okay. People doing their work, doing a good job with it. I appreciate them for what they do. Wonderful people. Okay. So, I keep getting these wonderful people doing their job really well. Okay. So we've got to get we've got to set up our URL history so it is good. And so I'm kind of thinking I might be able to manage for now. Maybe in the future we can come up with a better way to do this. But I think for now we can say window location path name. I'm pretty sure this isn't going to work actually. Book, is it books? No, book and then book ID. Book ID. Yeah, it's not, okay, so let me look at React router DOM. Yeah, I'm gonna need to see router, or here we got browser router. Yeah, the only one that will work, I think, is the memory router. That way it can set the initial entries, or maybe just a regular router, because I can pass my own history. Let's see. Let me look at history. Docs. Okay, get started. Initial entry. Okay. It looks like I cannot create a history with some initial entries. But that seems wrong. So let's dive into the code. Packages history, history.js, create memory history, initial entries, create history, or here, let's see, create browser history. Yeah. Yeah, so if you're going to do a browser history, there's no way to set initial entries. And with Jest, there's no way to navigate to different URLs. So what we're going to do is create our own history. So I'm going to go to my context here. We're going to go to, let's see. Yeah, I think instead of just wrapping everything in the app providers, I'm going to come here to my test utils, and we'll wrap things in our own providers. So we'll skip the auth provider because that's basically what the mock was doing, was nothing, right? or no, it did do something important, so we will keep that. Okay. And then we'll just pull in router. We'll import history from history, and we want create memory history. I absolutely have some of this stuff in my training material, so I'll just reference that. React testing library course router create memory history. This is what I want. Come on. We'll just grab this. Okay, so then gonna bring this down. Just gonna call this our wrapper. Okay, get rid of this. Yep, that's what I want. We need to import, oops. Okay. We get our UI, our route, initial entries, route. There we go. So you've got all kinds of control over how this works. Save that. And got to go back to my test now and get rid of this. And then we'll add the route. Hello there. And our route is going to be books, or book, and then book.id. Here we go. Now we should be able to get the right book. So let's come back over here. No, because we're not rendering our router. Bummer. Yeah, this is actually kind of tricky. How do I want to do this? Do I want to just render the whole app? I guess so. Yeah, basically the whole app. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. We're going to render the whole app minus, yeah, just the authenticated app is what we want to render. Let's see what happens when we do that. So we're going to get import authenticated app from authenticated app. And instead of rendering the book screen, we'll render the authenticated app, and we'll get coverage on the book screen on its own. Well, let's get the debug. Thank you. Sweet. Okay, so we've got the whole app going on here. We've got our reading list. That's our nav, and a bunch of loading nonsense going on here, which is actually what it should show at this point. But that should eventually go away. So let's go back to our book screen. So it looks like it is showing the right page. Here we go. We've got our correct param. So that makes me wonder if we go hack or our fetch mock. then rec URL. Okay, yeah, we're getting an actual book. Okay, so we're getting this far. And let's take a look at our response. I'm thinking maybe I've got something wrong in here, so we'll see. Yeah. So this, yeah, we can't just return that. We actually need to send a response. Thanks, Andreas, but that's not the issue. But thank you for trying to help out. So the problem is that the object I get back from mocked response needs to be handled and turned into something that my promise handler. So I have yet more code to do right here. Is what's going on. So let's see what happens here. A new response. Resolve. Okay. And this response thing. New response. Oh, that's a real like browser thing. Okay. So I just need to make a new response. Okay, let's try that. Okay. Yeah, sweet. This is good. That was it. I think we're good in here. Now we just got to figure out what's going on. So book list item. Come back over here, get rid of the screen debug because that's just noise at this point. Okay, so we've got our book, we're loading, and then we load it, and there's no list item. List item is null, but we should have a list item. And what's happening is in the app, we anticipate that we should have a list item already. Well, but that should be fine. This should still work. And we are making a request for the list item, I believe. List item client. I don't know why I chose S, but that's what we're going to do. We are calling this, right? Hold on a second. List items. Use list items, and then use list item just passes along to that to read those values here. Okay, right? So console log reading list items for the user. Let's come back in here. This is extra console log is just noise right now. But here, yeah, we're reading it. And then that just never resolves or something's wrong with that. So I think I need to go to my fetch mock, or actually, let's do our server handlers. User event.click. Cannot read. Oh, hold on a second. That is something totally different. I mean, oh, no, this is all working. Yeah, this is something totally different. This is my app test utils is not re-exporting user event anymore, or maybe it never was, and that never worked. Let's find out. User event. Yeah. Export default as user. Oh, yeah. I bet it's this thing. Nope. Nope, it's not. Export default as user event from testing library user event. Huh. I thought that had been there before. Okay, rec headers get is not a function. Okay, that's interesting. Rec.headers should definitely be a function. Oh, I guess it's not. Headers. Yeah, headers right there. Oh, I see. Rec headers equals new headers rec headers. So before it's just I wonder, actually, hold on a second. New request. Yeah, I wonder if I can do that. Let me look that up on MDN. MDN request. Yeah, all that stuff. That's what I need. Okay, so new request. Sweet. Oh, sweet glory. All right. New request. Here's our URL, and here's our config. Nice. Okay. And then in his, in MSW, let's look at what they do. New request. Yeah, they don't make a new request. It's interesting that they don't actually create it and make it a request. If you want to find out what I use, you can go to my uses page. I guess this is why people stream on Twitch, because then they can have bots that answer questions that people ask a lot. Don't feel bad. I'm not mad. It's just a question that gets answered over and or asked over and over. Okay, so I'm guessing we won't need these things, but let me find out really quick, actually. R equals new request. Example.com method post body JSON stringify hello you. Okay, our headers, yep, headers are good. R.body. R.body is undefined. Interesting. Body. Okay, so body is not a thing, but JSON. Await console log. Nice. Okay. Sweet. So what he does is, I think he does this in the service worker actually. MSW body, or yeah, right here. He sets it to the JSON or the text. Okay, I can do that. If JSON or text, then yeah, there we go. Cool, so it's like an actual request now, and then it's an actual response. Okay, token must be provided, very good. And where is this log coming from? Oh, did I do that? Whoops. Don't need that anymore. Okay, cool. So this means that if I want to be an authenticated user here, that I have to have a token set in local storage. So this means maybe instead of the authenticated app, I should just render the whole app. And then we'll run through all of our authentication stuff. And we'll need to be authenticated. So client, no, auth client. We've got a user, and I just need to get a token for that user. Through authenticate. Okay, and so in this case, I'm thinking my generate could authenticate. Render yeah, we'll get to that abstraction later. That'll be a good one, but not right now. Login as user, build user, return user. So then we'll import build user from generate. We'll import users DB from data users. Users DB. This will be async. Await users DB create user. And authenticate. Return users DB authenticate user. That'll give me my token. Okay. So then I can come over here to this test. I can say login as user. Wait, login as user. And get rid of that. Rid of the whole app. We're logged in. And so it should render the thing, but yeah, we're rendering a spinner at first. So query by role. Yeah, this is not something that most people do. Utils query by label loading. And actually, I don't want it from utils. I want it from screen. Oh, we've already got screen. So label text. Token must be provided. Okay, well, we should... Oh, right. So when we log in, we need to set the token. So if we look at the auth client, login handle user response, and that sets it in local storage at the bookshelf token thing. Const auth user return auth user. All right, sweet. It made it pretty far in that test actually. So let's figure out why it broke. It's like an off by one error of some kind. But you know what? I'm gonna first make sure this first easier test passes. Yep, it sure does. Okay, and I'm not sure why that is. Yeah, okay, so that's today. Okay, so I need to specify. Huh. Yeah, this one's tricky because dates are a mess. I want to have a consistent date. Okay. Well, it's the way that I do this is using this format date thing. And so if I extract this to another module and then test that in isolation, then I'm okay reusing it here. So let's go to utils, miscellaneous utils, and then we'll import. And actually, lots of these we can just... Nice. Whoops. Import format date from utils miscellaneous. Export format date. Okay, and then we'll just add a quick little test for that. Miscellaneous JS test format date formats the date to look nice. Import format date from miscellaneous. And what is today, or const date, or yeah, expect new date 20, or yeah, October 18th, 1988 to equal, does that work? Oh, whoops. Format date. And we'll just go miscellaneous here. Ah, rats. I knew it was too good to be true. That doesn't work, does it? That's weird. Okay, well, does that work? Okay, this is stupid. Don't do this, Kent. What is... 1988, 09, 18. I do 09 because it's weird. No, oh, that's 10. And why is it saying 88? Oh, interesting. I think format data is messed up. I set it to be the, oh yes, okay, nope, that's right. So this will be 88. Yeah, okay, very good. So then, with that having now been extracted, I feel comfortable importing it in my test and using it. Format date from utils miscellaneous. And we'll expect this to be the same. To be same as date.now. Sweet. Okay. I'm using Jest. Yeah, that's what I think a lot of people are actually watching live streams because they're lonely with the whole double bad cold. Sure, looking forward to when that passes. Hope everybody's okay. Okay. Cool. So that's good. Can create a list item. And can remove the list item. Oh, I am looking at the wrong test. My bad. Book.js. Try that. Hey, no way, it worked. Sweet. Oops. Going right there. I do usually listen to music while working. It's like, I don't know, Coldplay and some electronic dance music sometimes. Yeah, just kind of throw on whatever. Okay, unable to find, remove from list. Okay, so yeah, we're not mocking any implementations or anything anymore. We're not going to be doing any of that at all, actually. So we want to have a list item for the book. And this is going to give us our list item. So we render a book that has a list item. Okay, then screen dot and screen dot. And all these will be screen dot. Okay, so remove from list. We're going to add to list. But we should have a list item for this. Created it. The owner and the book should be correct. Okay, so coming over to our book screen here. Book and list item. Book ID as well. Let's just see what that shows us. So then we load the book, but the list item fails to load. We should be getting a list item though. So let's look at our fake mock here. URL. Okay, we're getting all the list items. So let's look at our handlers. List items. Interesting. List items. There should be list items in here. Okay. And our user ID should be the same as the list item that is in there. So owner ID 01 blah 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 DCE, yep. So we should definitely be getting one back. Huh. Interesting. Okay. User ID, list items. Okay. Oh, wait a second. Oh, our user ID, it's probably because when we do user create, login as user. So yeah, when we build this user, we build a list item for that user. Okay, so let's do user equals user. We're gonna switch all this up. Okay, and then we're going to log in as user. Yep, so then we'll get our authenticated logged in user. So then all the rest of these are list item. Yeah, let's get rid of all those. List item equal list item, or we build list item. Okay, actually, I don't think this is what I need it to be. Okay, going back. Eventually this render book screen is going to be our render app thing, as you can see there, and you'll be able to pass a route, and you can say if you want to be logged in or not. So rather than yeah, so you should be able to set each of these to null if you don't want them to be set at all, which is why the double question won't work. And for this one, we'll say if there's not a list item, and list item is, or if type of list item is undefined, because you want to be able to set it to null if you need it to. Okay, and then we build it based on our user, which is the logged in user, the authenticated user. Okay, so now those numbers should be the same. Oh, that's interesting. That is not what I expected to happen. List items, because we should be creating. Oh, wait. Yeah, render book screen. Okay. Building list item owned by user, user.id. Ah, I did not get a log there. That's interesting. List item is undefined. Oh, my bad. Let's do that. Okay. There's the owner ID. Should match the user ID, which it does, which is great. Okay, so then in here, we do get a list item in that array back. Try that again. So then the next problem we're running into, that's interesting. We're just getting a body with a div and not anything inside our container. Oh, invalid time value. Oh, that's interesting. List item time, oops. List item, or no, that's going to be on the book screen, I think. And this is probably coming from format date right there. List item start date. Okay. Oh, interesting. That is an invalid time value. Okay, let's go to our app. I expect those to be the same, but maybe they are not. Ah, interesting. So at some point, generate this list item, start date. Okay, we need that to be get time. There we go. We're generating data wrong. Good, good. Once we have this all set up, it'll be way easy to test the rest of our app. Okay, next one is busted, of course. So in this one, I don't need any of these things because I can get those things from this. So, and then I don't need that, and I don't need to mock this. Look at all this code that I'm removing. It's beautiful. Okay, so all this is going to be screen, 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 screen. Okay. Okay, and I need my list item to not have a finish date. So in that case, actually, I do kind of need some of that stuff back. So let's bring that back. Nope, that's not what I needed back. I need this back. How do I make this come back? Okay, cool. So then, this build user actually needs to be login as user, I think. Yeah. Await login as user. That'll give me my user back. I can make a book, make a list item out of those things, and then pass those along. Okay, cool. I'm kind of curious. So the book and list item and everything that we do here, they're going to get a change of their ID. Yeah, so we actually want to create those. Or just reassign it, I guess. No, probably not. I'm just trying to think. So when you call build book, it's going to give you an ID, but that ID will be different from what we get when we actually insert it into the database. And in some tests, it's okay to have a random ID because we're not actually going to hit the database. But in these integration tests, we do care. We do want to have it be what's ever in the database. So I think what we're going to do is we'll assume, do we have a book ID? Yeah, we don't. So let's get rid of this. We'll get rid of this. And we'll assume that if you pass me any of those things that you've already put it into the database. Otherwise, this will be build user. Well, logging in as user will do that. And if user undefined, then user is going to be assigned like that. Okay. If book is undefined, then book will be that, build book. Right. And same for this. Build list item. All right. So that means those two. And then for this one, we're fine. Unless I wanted to, I was thinking maybe I would change this one. Well, no, that's probably fine. I was thinking maybe changing one of these. Yeah, this one so we don't use format date, but we'll see. It's probably fine. Okay, so for this one, we're going to wait and await books db dot create build book and await list items db dot create. Okay. And we're ready to roll. Yeah, and the finish date. These tests passed back in May of 2019. Oh dear. Okay, so this one is tricky. Oh, actually I think it did pass just fine because before I was mocking everything. But now I'm just doing like live stuff. So yeah, here we're marking it as red. And so yeah, maybe we should just do start date. Okay. Oh, did I lose? Oh, it was right here. So format date, start date, and then whatever that m dash thing is. Formate date. And then another format date and date.now. Cool. Sure takes a long time. I'll look at seeing if that's something to be concerned about later. Because I'll tell you what, these tests are giving me an enormous amount of confidence. Okay, cool. Shows an error message when the book fails to load. So in this case, we're gonna we will mock out fetch like this. And render actually, I don't know if we do show an error message anymore. I think I removed that. Do it if there's an error writing notes down. Yep, we don't show an error. So that's gone. we probably do need to do that though, now that I think about it. But I think we'll do that with the error boundaries, which I guess we can still test here. So yeah, let's come up here. We'll grab that book screen, import. Actually, you know what? I'm thinking about moving this to here, which is going to change a few things. So then the error that can go in a different test altogether. We'll put this right here, book.js, port book screen from book, import render from test app test utils. Render book screen. Right. Let's just wait for or actually we could do screen find by text test error. Okay, and we're going to need React for this. And then I think I'm going to need to install error boundary. React, oh no, React error boundary. Sweet. Okay, so far, so good. All right, so then we're going to come to probably the authenticated app, and we'll add a error boundary right here. Fallback component, or I can't remember what it's called, so let's import error boundary from React error boundary. I can't remember. No, it's just error boundary. I think that's a default export. Yeah. Okay, so then error boundary fallback component is going to be our error fallback. And props, console log, props, return null. Here, let's get book.js. Console log didn't happen. Oh right, I haven't actually implemented this feature yet, so let's go to our book. And use book. I need it to return. Okay, let's find use book. I got it on. Yeah, just on this one page, which is nice. So book. Use that. Rest. Okay, and then here, error. Or actually, you know what? We don't need. This is one of the beautiful things about this. We don't need that because I just need to configure it so that it use error boundary true, I think is what I need. Did I spell that right? Error boundary. Row error true. I don't know what the difference between these two are. Are, I don't know. Okay. Okay. Let's try catch. This should definitely be throwing an error. Console.log catching. Return promise reject. Okay, so it does catch. That's good. So it should error. Yep, there it is. It's catching the right thing. Okay, let me just get rid of all that stuff then. And use query. Let's just look up the docs. I'm pretty sure I'm doing that right. Use query or React query. No matter. Okay, but I'm setting it to true. Okay, let me find out how use error boundary works. Oh, interesting. Looks like it's only used in use mutation. Okay, that seems wrong. Space query, space query. Oh, you know what? It's probably failing the retry logic. Or it's retrying and it's working the next time. So we don't want to do it once. We want to do it multiple times. Rats. Oh, it's still loading. Okay. Let's try this. Mock implementation. Return promise reject. Console log rejecting. There, and actually need to turn that off. Try that again. Rejecting. See, it does do some retries. Or maybe that was two different requests. But in any case, it is not throwing an error. Modules, React, query, dist, React query development, I'm pretty sure is where we're at. Use query, or use base query. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong one. Here we go. Okay, console log. Got the error. Oops. Making the request. Okay, making the request. We tried it twice. That is odd. I fully expect that to land in the catch here. Okay, well, let's go back here to where this query fetch thing is coming from. That's this thing. Okay, well, let's get into a debugger then. Oh, I think that I'm looking at source maps, and me adding a debugger statement's messing things up. So let me get rid of my debugger statement now that I've got... Oh, whoops. Crap. Do I still have my breakpoint? Nope, they're gone. Dang it. Well, that's okay. Act query. Oh, nope, there it is. Sweet. Okay, cool. So, step in. And there's no promise there yet. Okay, now we're dispatching. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, these source maps are the worst. Okay, well, we're gonna just get rid of those source maps then. Oh, and I only want to run one anyway. I was running a bunch of other tests that probably were causing me a little bit of grief. Just distraction. Okay. Cool. Okay, so then I want React query development, and here use base query. And query.fetch. That's where I want to go. Okay, rerun. Okay, there is no promise, so we come in here, play through that. Okay. All right, let's just play through. We got another request. We dispatch that. And then, it's timing out. Is that what it says? No. Okay. Let's try this again. I'm going to actually get rid of these. I think I've gotten closer to the source here. Query function, yep. So now we're actually making the request right there. This one is to get the list items. Aha, there it is. Test error. Okay, good. Very good. So action failed. Okay. Where's this throw on error? That's just happening in refetch. Refetch. Interesting. I'm thinking this might be a bug. Hey there, Paul. Use query. Here, and let's just do this. Let's fork this. And then import error boundary from React error boundary. Import use query from React query. And function boundary return oh no. query, use query. Boundary, query. I'm trying, but yeah. Add dependency. Okay, error boundary. React query. And this should be fallback boundary. Let's refresh this guy. I don't really trust Code Sandbox to maintain state properly, which is a bummer. So I'm going to refresh the whole app. No, I have it. It's right there. Boundary. I gotta spell it right. My bad. Go to the dot 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 and no dice. But then if we say throw error true, isn't that what it's called? Throw error. No, where is it? I think that's just on refetches, actually. So we need support for use error boundary. That's what we need. Okay, cool. Support use error boundary in use query. Here's a repo. Minimal reproduction of what I want. A good place to learn data structures and algorithms. That's not something that I know. I don't know that stuff. But I hear that Egghead.io has really good content on that, as does Front-End Masters. So you can go check those out. Support use error boundary in use query. This would make it much easier to manage errors for loading data, not just mutating it. I expect that to render. Oh no. It's throw on error, not throw error. Okay, let's try that. Throw on error. Yeah, still no dice. It's not. I also tried. Oh, I better switch back because I'm pretty sure that's not what we need. Throw on error is for the refetch function. Throw on error. But that didn't work either, and I don't think this is, or that's what throw on error is intended for either. Okay. Just rendering the dot dot dot. Okay. Hey King Dara, what is up? Okay, cool. So hopefully sometimes people say really nice compliments but actually make you feel a little bit uncomfortable. but thank you. Okay, cool. So I figured out what's going on here, and it's actually pretty easy to make this work myself, because I can just say error or status and error, and React use effect status error, whoops, if status is error, then throw error. Import React from React. Hey, Sarah Lee. Can you call me cute? Well, okay, I guess. You people are funny. Book.js. So if we fail to load the book, then we should fall back to my error boundary. Oh, whoops, I need to get rid of those console logs. Console log. Get rid of that. And yeah, we're still not. That is quite odd. So let's try. My goodness, I've got too many files open. Status. Status loading. Just keeps on loading. Forever and ever. I think I know what's going on. I think I know what's happening here. React query. Come back into this guy. And if we go to our config, retry delay. That's what's happening. So it's queuing up to retry, but our retry delay is too long, and we time out before it finishes all of its retries. So this is where we come into our utilities and say retry delay 0. And actually, let's just do retry is 0. Yep. Aha. Okay. Status error. And then we throw this error, but we do have an error boundary. But we're not rendering the error boundary because I'm just testing the book. So as it happens, I do need this test to be part of the whole app test for it to be testable at all. And let me just try this now. Throw on error. Okay. It is true. I don't think this will work. Use error boundary. Yeah, that won't work. Throw on error. We'll just see if both of them, but I don't think so. Oh, sweet, King Daro. Good job. Where's the repo? Okay. Yeah, so these won't work, and I've got to do it myself, but that's no big deal. I can do it myself. Okay. Yeah, the React query dev tools are amazingly awesome, but they won't really help me in this situation because I'm writing tests and stuff. I don't really have them right here. This is test only config anyway. Well, not exactly, but this config is not supported. So yeah, it looks like that didn't send. So let me pull this up, King Daro. I'm not using Tailwind in this. Oh, I need your username because I don't think that's going to take me to it. Is it King Daro? There it is. Sweet glory. Oh, nice. And it's just like a TypeScript plugin. That's cool. Fancy. Wow. Yeah, I have no idea what this is all about. Cool. Yeah. Okay, awesome. Very cool. I'm going to star it. Star! I don't know why, but people follow me on GitHub, so whenever I star something, I see a bunch of more stars coming after it, which is kind of fun. So there you go. Okay, cool. So we've got this uncaught thing because we're not using an error boundary. And if I want to like actually test this error boundary that I have, then I need to have this test not test the screen, but actually be a test on, let me get rid of this one because that one's simpler. Have it be a test on the whole app. So let's come up here. We'll go to our test book screen and come down here. So be render book screen. And this one, we'll just delete it. And book screen. Okay, but we're still not done. It should just console log. Oh, now that's interesting. Oh, that's because I have a dot only on a test above, but I want it on this test below. Okay, so that is unexpected because it should be. Oh, okay, there's the console log. Oh, yeah, you'll still get the error log, but it will. Yeah, so here, right there is where I'm going to render the oh no stuff. So let's see. I've got errors on the book screen itself. And this is what it looks like. So let's copy paste it till we know what we really want. And on console log we have a component stack and an error. I just want the error. And the error message. And oh, the color's wrong. We need colors from our colors. Danger. Sweet. All right, so then in here, we'll say describe. This is actually one area where using a describe block makes sense. Console errors, and it's because I want to mock out the errors for the console, but I don't want to do it for everywhere, just the tests that are in here. So before each or before all, just spy on console error mock implementation to do nothing, and then after all console error mock restore. And then, I think I've already got an after each set up to clear all mocks. Yeah, nope, but I do now. Just clear all mocks. So then, come down here, and we'll expect console.error to have been called. And I don't really care about how many times I expect it to be called because it's called by one of my dependencies. So oh, I gotta spell this right. I was very confused. What do you do, or what do you mean one of the few times describe blocks makes sense? Yeah, sure, I'll tell you about that. Blog. I have a blog post I think is cleverly named. Avoid nesting when you're testing. Ha. Go check that out. And another one that's sort of similar. Write fewer, longer tests. Go check that out. Okay, cool. So now we've got that working and we don't have the logs, which is great. So let's come up. Shows an error message when there's no book by the given ID. Try another. I guess that used to be a thing, but I don't think that's a thing anymore. Okay, coming down here, try another. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, when there's no book by that given ID, what would happen in that scenario? So we'd go here, use book. Yeah, I think I need to change this. Book. And then rest. Yeah. And come to my screen. Status. Actually, you know what? Let's just let's rely on the error boundary in this case too. React use if status is resolved. Actually, hold on a second. If there's no book by that, it should actually fail. So let's come down here. We'll do this. And let's come up here. And we'll allow you to specify a route. And if the route is undefined, then we'll set the route to this value. And then we'll just forward that route along. Yeah, okay. And then here we'll say route is book bad ID. And we'll just do blah. Let's just see what happens. Let's add a dot only to this one. So in this case, there's no loading that shows up, or it doesn't ever stop loading. That's interesting. Okay, so let's take a look at our hook. Console log data status error. I'm gonna just get an update on what's going on in the world here. My brother is in an interview right now. It's been a long road. He's been working super duper hard. Interesting. So it says the status is success, even when there's no book. So I think I need to change that. Books client read. Okay. Get book, read. I think the backend should resolve 404. So we'll go to my fake server here. Book. We'll say if, here actually, come back up here. If there's no book, then return res content. Actually, here, let's find a 40 whatever. Okay. We'll have our error be, and this will be a 404. Book not found. We probably should do the same thing for a list item. And maybe we'll come back to that one later. I just realized I don't want Istanbul to record coverage on this. Istanbul ignore file. In fact, Istanbul should ignore this whole directory. So React or create React app coverage. Ignore coverage. Collect coverage from. I don't think I have that here. This needs to be collect coverage from. Nope. Oh, So not there and not source test. Yep. Okay. Cool. Book not found. Marvelous. Okay. So that will trigger an error. Yeah, there was an error. Book not found. Beautiful. And I think we need to make a role alert on that thing, and that'll make it easier to find anyway. So let's go to our authenticated app. And actually, we don't want this to be a span. I'll make this a P. Role, oops, alert. And maybe we'll make this a div. There we go. And then I can come back here And I can expect find by role alert name is that. This won't work. To have text content, or actually, hold on. Should be able to just say you reject XP. Expect that text, oops. Text content to match inline snapshot. There we go. There was an error, book not found. Boom. And actually, you know what? I think I'm just going to do the same thing for this one. Inline snapshots or error messages are my favorite things to use for inline snapshots. All right, let's just run all the tests and let's see what's busted. There we go. So we've just got a couple things busted. So remove a list item for a book. I thought that I had this one working, but maybe I busted something. So remove from list. Yeah, this isn't got an add to list. But by default, if the list item is not defined, then we create one. Oh, we need to specify. Hold on a second. Whoopsies. None of you caught that? Come on now. Why do you think I live stream? Just kidding. There we go. That's better. That should work now. All right, sweet. Kablooey. Weird. Yeah, that's weird. Can edit a note. All right, can edit. So this is all messed up anyway. We don't want to do window fetch stuff. Oh, that's what's going on. I had some assertions inside of here, and React Query was catching those and locking them to the error, which is why all of this was inside of React Query, which was very confusing to me. Yeah, it was right here. It's like, what the devil? And so, no, that's not what we want to do. This is way better. Okay. Screen. Screen. Okay, so we're going to get the notes. We don't need this list item, I think. Skip the debounce time. Change that value. Run all the timers. And then switch back to real timers. Then we'll wait for the loading thing to be removed. And we'll expect that value to be the new notes. But then how do we make sure that the value in the database is what we just updated? A good way to do that would just to be to query the database directly, I guess. So we can expect, let's see, here, let's get our list item ID. List item. list items db dot find, or let's list items data here, read, yep, read list item dot id to match notes, new notes. Okay. Oh, am I running this test? Yeah, I can't edit the note. Dot only. Let's just make sure we're running one test. My computer's doing enough as it is, streaming to you all, so. Okay, cool. Isn't to match? That's not. Hold on. Just expect to match object. Yeah, that's what I meant. I've used so many assertion libraries over the years that they kind of blend together sometimes. There we go. That's what I want. I can already tell you this is not what I want. Oh no, update failures. Yeah, this is what I want. So we're gonna fake out fetch so that we mock its implementation. Except we don't want to mock it once. We'll mock it all the times because we're going to be retrying. And we don't need that or any of that stuff. In fact, mock rejected value is all we need. Sweet. And let's see, we're going to want this to be error role alert, and get by role alert Oh, thank you. I haven't been drinking much this afternoon. And screen dot. Get rid of all these. To have text content, or actually text content, expect that to match inline snapshot. Screen dot do. Test error message. That's a good sign. Caught in test environment after stored down. That is unexpected. I think I know what's going on though. Just got a text. Oh, 1 second. Okay. So I think what I need to do, this is on our list items. Instead of throw on error, well, no, I do want throw on error because I catch that error in my status buttons. Or no, in on the book screen. No, I don't need that, actually. Not update list item anyway, or not in the notes. So this one I'm going to have throw on error is false, because I handled the error. There we go. And because it's an error, I'm going to get a log. But there we go. Boom. There was an error. Test error message. So awesome. Okay, so then we're going to actually come down here and stick that down here. And we'll run them all. And let's see what happens. Come on, computer, you can do it. Yes. Can you imagine, like, do you know how much coverage this is giving me? Check this out. So we're going to run the book screen JS. Watch all is false and coverage. I guess I don't need to watch all false, but, and actually I think it might break with watch all false and coverage. I have an issue on React scripts for that. Oh, okay. Well, that's, that's interesting. Should definitely not be doing that. Yeah, it's actually very possible it can do that. Rats. Because we're rendering a bunch of stuff and my computer is screaming. So there may be a good argument for nope, there's not. No good argument. We're just gonna have it take longer. I don't mind. Timeout 4 seconds. Try that again. This is just, oh snap, what's going on now? What the junk? Why? Okay, well, I'm pretty positive this is going to be something with React query and their stale stuff. What did I do? I thought I decided I was going to do something for that. So I was, yeah, let me just make sure that's what this is, but I'm pretty positive that's what this is. New error stack. Thanks, Sarah. I mean, it wasn't me, but that's cool. I'm glad that you like it. Huh. Let's try that again. I think it may have not saved in time because it was doing weird things. My computer goes slow when I live stream. There we go. How long did they take? Yeah, so they don't always take that long. They do certainly take longer than a typical test. But this is one test file, testing one screen. And because of the way that I'm focusing on integration, check this out. Coverage, LCOV, report, index, HTML. And we'll pull this over. Look at all that coverage from one test. I have half of this code base tested. I mean, it's not a huge app, but this is the only page I'm testing. So I'm not testing any of these pages. Is my app running? Maybe my app's not running. Nope, definitely running. My computer's just going slow right now. Anyway, not testing any of these other pages, just the book page. Kablooey. I think something's busted with the service worker, maybe. Delete all this stuff and just clear everything. Oh, we need to... now that's interesting. I think I know what's going on there, though. I need to come into my handlers. And for each one of these, I wish it would just catch errors. I just started learning testing, but feel overwhelmed with mocking modules. Any advice? Yeah. Testingjavascript.com is the place you want to go. And actually, I'll show you what you would look at. I'm logged in, so. But down here, right here, here, you'll learn everything you need to know about the fundamentals of mocking modules. You'll love it. It's awesome. And it is part of... Oh, they changed the way this is sorted. That's fun. This used to be in the middle. I didn't build the platform. I just made all the content. But yeah, you can get that from the basic testing. So mocking fundamentals, go give that a look. And if you're not in the United States and $67 is like a silly amount of money for you, then there will be a link right here that allows you to opt into the purchase power parity, and you'll get a huge discount depending on where you're coming from. Oh, I just missed a message. Sorry. When should I use snapshots? Why not snapshots for everything? I've got a blog post for it. There you go. Enjoy. Another thing about mocking, I have a blog post about that as well. So I'll give you a link to that blog post. Mock. Copy that and paste it in. There you go. Have fun with that. Okay, cool. This is great. So now the next thing I want to do actually is going to come over to this here. I don't think I have anything open right now. Yep. So new issue. Handle thrown errors. I'd love it if errors my resolvers throw would get converted to rejected responses with a status code of 500. That way the app doesn't come crashing down if I hit something unexpected. Okay. Sweet. So yeah, look at all this stuff. I need to get DevTools out of coverage reporting as well. So let me do that. We don't want DevTools. I think that's, yeah, just source DevTools. Yeah. So then I can run that again. Yeah, so we're missing coverage for our context, and we can definitely test that in isolation, no problem. Or we could even test it all together with a single integration test. That would probably be worthwhile. And yeah, we still need to test the unauthenticated app. The Bootstrap isn't doing anything. Index is doing very little. And actually, you know what? I'm still just showing you the test from one test file that just takes one page. But here, if I do all of the things, and you'll notice my dev tools, hey, they shouldn't be there anymore. That's interesting. Oh, I think this needs to be source. Source. And source. There we go. Try that again. While we're waiting, look at that. All the extra tests. I've got stuff in components, in context. Yeah, those are tested. Sweet. And actually, I'm pretty sure those are tested because I just have a single test that mounts the app right here. It doesn't really do anything. Just requires the index file. Yep. Waits for the loading to go away, and then it unmounts it. Yeah, that's legit. And we refresh, and man, why are those two files not going away? They should absolutely be going away. Also, oh wait, no. So test is good, but no, that should be gone. Test, source test, why is it? Maybe that is what I need. I mean, I'm not getting reporting on node modules, so I expect this one was working fine as it was before, but there we go. Okay, sweet. So now I'm at 70%, just about. That's fantastic. I've just got a couple other screens, and these ones are pretty easy to test, so I can get those. But I just realized all my tests are passing now, which is brilliant. This is so good. I'm super, super happy with this. Finally, it's taken forever to get to this point. But now let's, now that we've got green, let's refactor, huh? So I've got my book screen, and I say render book screen. But some of this stuff, well, you know what? I think that's actually pretty good. Yeah, I don't need to pull any of that out onto a different stuff. So let's go ahead and take a look at the I've got a not found test. That one's pretty straightforward. Here, actually, let's do a checkpoint here. Git commit some solid testing going on here. Rats. I was worried about that. I have no idea what that could possibly be. So let's just commit this with no verify. And then we'll just update all the things and see what happens. We get a new prettier version. That's fun. Let me make sure I've configured prettier to my heart's content. Not quite. So let's go to KCD scripts. Sure. Prettier. There we go. I slept on my neck funny yesterday, so or last night, so my neck has been not feeling super great. Okay, sweet. So now, yeah, let's go ahead and prettier, or see, do I have a format script? Let's Let's format all the things. Sweet. Not much changed. Oh, drat. It formatted this. I did not want it to format this. And actually, I think I'm going to be making some changes to that pretty soon anyway. Okay. Update all the things. And actually, let's just try that as well. Yeah, this is looking good. Utils, what are we missing? Bootstrap. Yep. And auth client needs to be tested. That could be unit tested. Curious why that's not actually. Yeah, I guess I don't ever go through the login experience in these tests. Okay, actually, you know what? I'm gonna run out just for a second. Well, it may be a little bit, but I can hear that my kids are trying to clean up the downstairs, and they made a huge mess of it this weekend. It was a lot of fun, but it's a big mess. So, I'm gonna see if I can just help them get it all finished so they can move on with their day. So I will be back in a few minutes. we're back. Hello, everyone. The family room is now clean, so hallelujah. Okay, cool. So, yes, I was installing dependencies. Let me run the validate script and see what's broken. This is the first time I've actually been able to run the validate script, so this will be a fun experience. And the book screen is clearly the winner as far as longest tests to run is concerned, but that is to be expected because it's basically doing the job of, I don't know, probably 100 tests that people would typically write in isolation. Okay, that's what I thought. What is happening? Yeah, anywhere that I have a fragment, I just don't care. I'm just going to do react.fragment. No, I want to do the syntax. So, let's do create React app, GitHub. Pragma frag. Really? Not a single issue with this error. Okay. Let's do this. No, I'm not signed into that Slack actually. I just realized something. The React testing library version needs to be updated. Testing library React. No, that is absolutely okay. So this needs to be updated. That needs to be updated. This is the whole project. So it probably should be updated. That, yeah, that one's good. That one's fine. This is fine. Probably should be updated actually. Okay, well, man, there's always like 12 things that get in my way of what I want to actually do. Okay. And then we vim source index.js. Okay, so that passed. I wonder why this is not working for me. It's possible that it's emotion. Emotion, pragma, frag. I wish that I could figure out where this configuration lives. Not as many places as I thought I'd find it. Okay, that one is defaulted. Here, actually, let's look for this. Yeah, pragma has been set, but pragma frag is not. Wonder. Okay. How does this ever work with emotion? What do you set it to? Okay. Does that even work? It looks like you need a second comment. That's too bad. Okay, JSX frag. Whoops. So this would probably be a emotion issue. Yep. Where's that commit I tried to make? Oh, whoops. We'll run the validate script, bug report, documentation, I don't know. Okay, and we'll come over here. We'll npm install emotion core. Sweet. That's looking good. And I guess I pushed already, so that's good. Now, yeah, let's just finish this one thing really quick. Oh, it's going to take a while. So I'm thinking I want to merge this. What does our Cypress test do? Test the login. Nice. Okay. Oh, that's right. I forgot. I have Yarn installed, and so they default to Yarn if you have Yarn installed. Okay. Now, oops. I'll format it nice for you. Okay, so the build passed, and it shouldn't have. JS6 is defined but never used. Huh, that's interesting. Oh, at JSX, my bad. There we go. Ta-da! Okay. So, npm create react app. Here, actually, let's just do this. Pragma issue. Vim. Here. Let's just do this. Add JSX. And then import JSX from motion core to source index.js. npm npm install motion core, and then we add that, and then npm npm run build the error. This is a new error. Maybe it's something that Babel can fix, or can fix, so we don't have to add JSX-frag react.fragment to the top of the file. The error goes away. Let me make sure that's true. I believe it is true from my own experience. Yep. Okay. And now, actually, this is probably the same thing I'm experiencing on my website. Let me just double check the error message that I'm getting. Yep, that's the same thing. And I've got a bunch of notifications because I tweeted about this earlier and I haven't checked in a while. Oh. Awesome. Where can I subscribe to the updates pitch in? Just checked, and the Babel's restoring the original behavior. Okay, well that's good. Okay, and let me just check these DMs really quick. See if there's anything in here. Oh. Mm-hmm. Okay. Gee whiz. Let's try to get some actual work done. I mean, I actually feel like I've gotten quite a bit of good work done. It's been good. Yeah, okay, cool. So now I feel like I am ready to merge this and start making exercise branches and stuff. Oh, gee. It is 4 o'clock. Okay, I'm not actually ready to do that yet. What I need to do now is make sure that tomorrow's workshop is going to be successful. So, actually, let's go ahead and merge it. I'm going to make a branch off master here before I merge React query. So, pre-React query. Here we go. Oh, great. Reset hard origin master. Get pull. I think that's what I just did, sort of, but okay, now let's actually check out work in progress, React query, get rebase master. I knew it. Which commit is this? Rats. I guess we'll do that. Oh, for crying out loud. I don't want to deal with the rebase nightmare. Get rebase abort. Okay, and let me find my dev tools. Yeah, I knew it. I lost my local dev tools. Oh well. I don't think I had anything in there that was important. Okay, so check out master base iMaster. Okay, we'll just do a single merge commit. That's fine. Okay, somehow I lost serve. Am I using test data bot? I am, okay. Okay, so let's cd into React fundamentals. And This is going to be .app these days. It's kind of fun. And let's get all the things updated. Gonna have a couple of things that need to get updated. npm install all the things. Git commit merge React query. And I'll be working in the scripts here too. Got a couple changes to make to those. Okay, and let's start the app. Opened up in the wrong window. Okay, cool. Very good. Okay. Okay, just gonna read through everything, make sure that it makes sense and whatnot. Here, actually, one other thing. No, that's fine. Nope, I probably better. If there's even a question. That's my workshop. There we go. Okay. All right, so while that's running, come over here, start here. And I want to look at the app because this is what people will be looking at. And some of their screens are going to be kind of small. I think that'll be fine for all of these. Yeah. Okay, so coming back to 1. Okay, and then 01, here we are. Nah, we don't need that. Okay, so we'll create HTML body. Okay, body, div ID of root. Okay, and then script. Here, and what we want, type module. Otherwise it won't work on the exercise page, or on the, page with things together. Add clarity. Oops. Okay, so we have a body, div ID of root, script type module, And right, these, oh, actually, no, that's fine. Create a div equals document create element div, and then the div text content is hello world, div class name container, and document get element by ID root append child div. Okay, there it is. Hello world. Sweet glory. All right, so a couple things. Oh, that's nice. Ooh, that's fancy smancy. All right. Yeah, I didn't think that would work, but this will. And if we do it this way, okay, and then we come down here, and let's do it with append instead of append child. See if that works. Okay. Oh, no, I want. Sweet. That works. Neato. Okay, cool. Switch to append. Okay, then on to, oh, let's just double check. These look good. Okay. Number 2. You just see, I'm kind of waiting for folks. Nope. Awesome. Yeah, I've seen this before. This is why I asked. Get submodule update queue init recursive. I have a feeling that there's going to be dependencies very far down, so there's no way for me to find out. Okay, gist.github.com. Test gist. Okay. Package JSON. Name test. Here, I gotta find here. Let's do this one. Actually, I wonder if I can make this work without package JSON index.js. Just be user bin env node console log hello world. Just npx just create public npx that. Okay, let's add a package JSON. Try that again. Okay, .js. I think that was my mistake. Here we go. Okay. Windows users getting get something something get error for Jess. I've noticed some Windows users are having trouble running some of my GIS via npx. I use GIS to help me organize setup for several workshops. Here's a super simple example of a GIS that does not work for people, for some folks. And I get command failed, get submodule update queue init recursive. And then C drive program files get Ming W4 64 libxcc get core, and then it starts switching. Get submodule line 21 get sh setup file not found. Okay. The error they get looks like this. Here's the relevant bit from the error they receive. Whenever they run npx with a gist. Public gists are hosted on public GitHub. Users are all people experiencing this are all over the world. The above. In the above case, I expect hello world to be logged. Here's one example. And another. I had this on, I'm pretty sure it was my fundamentals. Thank you. This appears to be a bug with npx. I've opened an issue. Do you think it could be related to this? Okay, let's see. Thanks. Maybe I shouldn't include silent on that command. Okay. Ouch. My neck is not feeling super great. Actually, you know what? I'm going to make a little change here to things. I think I want to change the background color. Maybe not. I don't know. Not right now. For how many times do you code? Like, if you're asking how often I code like every day. I've been coding professionally for like 6 years, I think. Okay. Did I start with Web Techno as HTML, CSS, or J? I don't know. I started in school. Yeah. I was at BYU. That's where I started. Sweet. Subscribe. Customize. Custom when it's merged or closed. Or sure, when it's reopened. Fun fact, I'm on the Babel team, so I can actually squash and merge this myself if I wanted. But that wouldn't be very nice. Okie dokie. All right. Well, I'll just keep on working, and hopefully everybody who is coming to the workshop tomorrow gets it set up ahead of time. Worst case scenario, they just have to npm install and they don't get any of the checks that I have in there. So yeah, okay. So we're moving on to number 2. Okay. See if I can update this actually. Master. Hold on a second. I'm looking for this. I thought I copied it, but I guess I didn't. There it is. Let's go to 02. Link to React source. Can I ask how much your workshop costs to attend? Sure you can. You can go to kentcdodds.com workshops. And you'll find them all right there. And yeah, these are all, I'm not sure why it says there are spots remaining, because they're not. This one, I think, yeah, you can still get a ticket. I think the early bird discount is gone, so it is pretty expensive. And I know lots of people are going to ask, like, hey, what about people who this is how much they make in a year or something? Well, I realize that there are people in the world who make less money. And so when I create Epic React.dev, which is basically all the same material, just as a self-paced course, then you'll be able to get it at a price that's a lot cheaper. In fact, the whole thing will be less than just this one workshop, and this will be 8 workshops. And it will also support purchase power parity, so that you'll get a huge discount if you come from one of those countries. So you can look forward to that if this is too much. But if you can, you're welcome to join any of these workshops. They're great. Okay, cool. So coming back here now. Yeah, I'm glad that this is serving as a something that you can experience and enjoy, even while you're locked in your home. Yeah, I mean, I've been live streaming for years, so certainly longer than the current pandemic, but I've been live streaming more just with that in mind, that some people kind of lonely. Oh, thanks, Craig. I appreciate that. And I also just learned, those of you who are watching, how many of you are left? 19. Wow, that's good. I didn't even tweet about this. But those of you who are watching get to know first that my beginner's guide to React is going to be updated tomorrow. So watch it right now, because tomorrow this will all be different. This old stuff will still be available somewhere else. I mean, on Egghead, just at a different URL. But this will be updated to the new content. You're going to love it. I cannot wait for you to see this. It is so good. So good. Yeah. Okay, sweet. Okay, so that's our goal. We want to make that for our extra credit. That'll be cool. So let's go ahead and make this magic happen. Do small edits. Woohoo! I know, I'm so excited. It's going to be huge. Yeah, this new course, this updated course is going to be enormously awesome. Okay, so we're going to remove this line and remove this line. And then we'll comment this out, comment that out. And we'll make our element, React create element div, and our, yeah, okay, let's go back. I want this. This is in React. You set this with the children prop. In React, this is also called class name. Okay, and we'll go ahead and push that. Why not? So James, my blog is totally open source. You can find it on my GitHub. So have at it. My workshops are almost, well, certainly this year they are, but most of the workshops that I give are remote, online. I find that works better for everyone, especially now. Okay, cool. So let me just work through this, make sure it's sensible. So we're going to have our element, this is React create element, div, children, hello world, and class name container. And then React DOM.render, and we're going to render the element to our root element. Save that, check it out. Nice. We'll open this in an isolated page. And there it is. And we can take a look at our JavaScript right here. Ta-da! It's all awesome JavaScript stuff. Cool. All right. Yeah, that's good. Let's bring it all back. Okay, and then the extra credit. Yeah, that is good. Wonder if I should do, nope, that's fine. Okay, cool. Next is 03. Okay. Let's make Babel a link. And we'll just snag this. And we don't want to evaluate it, but we do want to enable React. That's new. Can I disable that? Probably not. That's too bad. Huh, that's interesting. You cannot disable the env preset, or at least that's not persisted in the URL like everything else. Browsers, build. Let's just shorten this URL. Just see what happens if I get rid of those. Nice. Cool, that's simpler. All right, it's a much smaller URL. That's less scary. Okay, cool. Yeah, I know the pure things are super annoying. I wonder, because this is new. I think it's a new feature, but I doubt that we're gonna have to deal with that. Yeah, we see the compiled version right there. Does not have those, which is nice. But it occurs to me that we probably could get a newer version of some of these dependencies in here. There's standalone, but if I get rid of that, 783 is what it was before, 793 is what it is now. And then I think there's a .1 for this as well. Yep. So that's good. So now with that, you're getting 9.3, and boom, there we get our pure nonsense. Kind of tempted to just use an older version so we don't get that. Let's see how old we have to go. 8.3 was fine, so maybe I'll just stick with that. But let's try 9.0. No, how about, let's see, 8. or no, we want the tilde. Okay, so whatever the 8 was, which is 8.8. Sweet. Of course, now they're going to go to the REPL and be like, hey, there's pure here, but there's not pure in here. What gives? And I'll be like, I didn't want to have to explain this. Okay, so given that, I'm going to stick with that. Just make them the same. It's a bummer, but, you know, they might ask. They might not. It might not matter that much. Okay. Cool. Let me just check on, see if anybody else has run the setup script and had problems or insights or anything. Come on, Twitter. I'm here. There we go. Hey, I know you're watching. Bolkan. I'm not sure how to say your name. Sorry. Hope you're great. I am great, Jose. I would like to ask you a suggestion. Yeah, use testing library React Native. Awesome. Okay, cool. Well, looks like most people it's working okay. Do you always recommend writing tests before writing components? No, I don't often do that. Sometimes I do, but not often. It can be helpful. Okay, I am feeling pretty hungry, ready to be done, but kind of want to get this done. So, update HTML versions, file versions. Okay. So let's take a look at 0.3 exercise. Well, actually, I didn't finish 0.3 this thing, so. I think the exercise description needs a little bit more. So we'll include a script tag for Babel. Then we'll update our own script tag to tell Babel to compile it for us on the fly. When you're done, you should notice the compiled version of the code appears in the head of the DOM, which you can inspect using the Chrome dev or using dev tools. kind of cool. Oh, I forgot there was one thing I wanted to do. Oh, no, it doesn't matter. Actually, never mind. Oh, yeah, it was as I'm changing stuff and I hit save, like this, I get a refresh and I get scrolled up to the top, which might be super annoying for people. I meant to take some time to make it persist to this scroll. Well, so we have interpolation. Why are those quotes different? It is weird. They don't look different. That's strange. Okay, cool. This one looks good. Let's take a look at the exercise stuff. So remove that. Let's see. JSX differences. I think there's a page there. Difference. Here we go. There we go. And feeling pretty good about that. There's 3. Interpolation, spreading props. And then we move on to 0.4. This is why I live stream, so that I don't get distracted by this website. Ah! Okay, 04. Whoa! Still looks good. Ah, that's awesome. I freaking love this thing. All right. I don't think those instructions are very helpful. Okay. This is a good exercise. I'm excited about this one. This needs to be Marty. Money bag. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Let's do another extra credit. I did not mean to do that. There we go. Okay, and yeah, I didn't think that would show up, so we gotta stop the server, start it over. We add new files. 3. Pop that up. There it is. Oops. And we go to our elements, root, and there they are, side by side. That's exactly what we want. Yeah, I gotta fix this so that it like scrolls or something. Or maybe put the extra credits somewhere else. Possibly just make these links or something. I don't know. Still more to do in this workshop app. Okay, cool. Okay. I just realized I haven't checked my email in a while. Okay. All right. So we just finished with 4. Now on to 5 and out of HTML. Ooh, did I read me prerequisites? What is it? How do you spell that? Pre-workshop instructions. Yeah, I should probably do this. Be familiar enough with read through. I've got a blog post. JavaScript to know for React. Okay, maybe it's more than 10 minutes. It's more like 20 minutes. Add link to JS2 now. Okay. Okay, now let's take a look at the exercise stuff. Okay, I think that's sufficient. Cool. Okay, and 6. Do I still? Hold on a second. I'll be right back. brother needs a webcam, and I thought I had my old one, but I don't know what I did with it. I can't remember. It's in a box somewhere, because then I did all my office stuff, and now I can't remember where I put some stuff. Okay. We have a form where you can submit a username. Hi. Oh, yeah. Hi. I think I want it to actually do something. Yeah. I think instead we'll say global alert. Global alert. And then here in 6, right there, I'm going to rename all these usage to app. Yeah, I think I did this elsewhere, and yeah. Okay, and then all of these, where it's console.info, we're going to do alert. No, we'll do it everything. Hope this works. Be a real pain if it didn't. And you'll get an alert when you do, showing what you typed. Okay, here we go. Oh, and we want to go down to 6 alerts. Let's just make sure that works. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Final 09 app. We're just going to take all this. Yep, stick it right here. And get rid of that. And this is the focus demo. And we've got the same problem here. Okay. So then if I say Albert, there we go, username. Okay, alert. You entered and then all the tests are going to need to get updated as well to that new thing. Oh, that is the only one that does this. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, whoops. Okay, I gotta get these tests running to see if those are busted, but this should work now. Yo. Sup? Cool. Okay, and the tests. Yeah, global alert. Global. Probably don't need that. Alert instead of log. Actually, I just thought of another thing. I think I've got this in my set of tests. Nope. Oh, did I finish typing my thought in here? Yep. Okay, cool. We're moving along. 7. I feel like there's an opportunity for an extra credit here. Maybe not. Yeah, okay. Let's just take a look at the exercise. Sometimes I wonder if it's helping too much to do that. They do have this as a reference, but that's pretty strange if you're not used to it, so I think I'll leave this. cool. That one looks fine. 0.8. Yeah. Okay. So 0.8 JS. Okay, that one's fine. And we're almost done. Yeah, that's some wording funniness going on here. You know what? I actually like it better the other way. Oh, I just realized I forgot to do something with my blog. I gotta hurry. Okay, I think I'm done. But I guess I can keep streaming for what I'm going to do next. Oh, great. What? Oh. Okay. So my blog was busted. And I think hopefully Babel has updated, so I can get... No, it's prettier. That's been updated. Dang it. Okay. Babel. Oh, I just barely got an email about this. Let me find that. Okay, a build is running. Maybe do they automate releases? It's amazing how many tests there are. So many tests. I don't know how far it goes. We're almost at 30,000 tests. I'm just sitting here watching these tests go. I don't know how they do releases. Let me see if I can find out how they do releases. Release. Oh, here we go. Looks like it happens locally. Nope, BabbleBot. Yeah, I have no idea how many they have, but it looks like I'm not going to be able to do this right now, so I'll have to do this later tonight. Hopefully I remember, because I've got a blog post going out tomorrow that kind of needs to be deployed. And yeah, this will not... I mean, I could back myself up to previous version. I think that should work. I could lock down to an older version, but yeah. Yeah, sorry, Herbert. You'll really like it when all this material is on epicreact.dev. It'll be great. It'll be super affordable. Ooh, fancy. So look forward to that. Okay, I gotta go. Hope you all have a wonderful day, and yeah, we'll see you later. Thanks. Bye.